Hello. Hi. Give me a second. Okay. Oh. Hi. I hope you're all doing great. How's your vanilla ice cream, Harry? I hope it's good. Oh. What happens when I start my stream early? I have a light and I forgot to turn it on. I also have other lights, but I don't want to put them on it because I have to put in new batteries because I need to replace them, to be honest, with LED strip lights. I just haven't yet. But I hope you're all doing great. Yes, it is. It is. I love it so much. I bought it. No, the funny part though, it literally it took 2 days to arrive. It was supposed to arrive the day before yesterday. I was gonna stream yesterday, but then it didn't arrive. So I was like, there were problems with the shipment. So it arrived yesterday. It was nice. I love it. I love it so far. My first stream with it though. I haven't recorded a video with it either. I'm excited. Speaking of, actually no, I'm gonna wait till more people are here. Because I have a question for y'all, but I feel like I want more people to vote on it. Opinions. Mainly because I'm not even halfway through the game yet, but I've been playing The Witcher 2 on YouTube. And I don't know if I want to stream The Witcher 3 or continue doing it on YouTube. Because The Witcher 3 is really long. So I don't know what I want to do. It depends. I'm pretty early in the game though, so I'll have to see. Speaking of though, I did upload The Witcher 2 today if y'all want to watch that. Thank you! I'm wearing a matching shirt. They match, they go together. I love them so much. Hi Harry. Welcome back. Yeah, I love Harley Quinn. She's my favorite. I also love Poison Ivy. She's hot. I know! No, here's the thing. I have to have filters. Okay, there's two filters I will always have on my mics. And it's a compressor and a limiter. Because you see, I'm loud as fuck, okay? And without that, I stream. CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. CEO entrepreneur, Poison Ivy makes something gay happen to me, and me, same. I love her. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Tell us why, show us how. Look at where you came from, look at you now. Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett, amateurs can fucking suck it.
The Real Mr. J gifted Zeta Septem a sub. The Real Mr. J gifted a tier 1 sub to Zeta Septem.
It doesn't even say J! It says Mr. G. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to Zeta Septem. You did not have to do that. I appreciate you a lot. Hi. I don't know your name, but I know you're from Twitter. Sukil? Is that how you say your name? Sukil? Or Sukul? Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you. You did not have to do that. Suki? Am I still saying it wrong? I'm so sorry. I butcher names a lot. I apologize. You should see me reading. Because I play Dragon Age Inquisition. and I have to read a lot. And when I tell you it's painful, because there are words that I'm like, I have trouble with names, okay? Now you're putting words that don't even exist. Like, words are only in the lore in here, are you kidding me? But hi, how are you? What were we talking about? I don't remember.
CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964.
What the fuck?
Jeffrey Bezos.
CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964. Jeffrey Bezos. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it.
Pave the way, put your back into it.
Tell us why, show us how.
Look at where you take
What are you doing?
Bergen, Gates, and Buffett. Amateurs can fucking suck it.
The Real Mr. J gifted Craig 3003 a sub. The Real Mr. J gifted a tier 1 sub to Craig 3003.
Do I need to take a stop? Stop. Put away your money. God. No, I know. No, it's funny because it'll either say Mr. G, or it'll say Mr. G. Oh my God.
Born in 1964, Jeffrey.
Mr. J, please. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Jeffrey Bezos.
Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it.
Pave the way, put your back into it. Tell us why, show us how. Look at where you came from, look at you now. Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett. Amateurs can fucking suck it.
The Real Mr. J gifted Sue Killens a sub. The Real Mr. J gifted a tier 1 sub to Sue Killens.
I like how it's just says Mr. G. Spreading the love. Thank you so much for the 3 gifted subs. All 3 of them. I appreciate you. It means a lot and it helps me so much. You have no idea. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. I really do. You know what's real annoying though? So my phone stopped working. I've been trying to fix it. At the moment, I don't have it, and it's really frustrating because I can't post on anything but Twitter and Discord. Oh, and YouTube. Because I'm like, I need to post on other platforms, but I can't. Because it's literally, it like froze. So I can't, I'm not using it because I'm trying to fix it. So I did unfreeze it, it's just, now it won't go past 1 stream, but it's fine. Thank you, you're so sweet. Ooh, okay. So, you know what's funny? When I got this mic, it, the person who delivered it, they like put it in my garage. I was looking for it, okay? Because I saw that Amazon was outside my house. And then I was like looking the entire place for it. But the garage wall was open and there was like a chair inside of it. So they like put it on there. I was like, the fuck? But I really like this mic. It's sexy. Maybe you'll actually be able to hear me scream this time. They put it in the garage. Yeah, they did. I was like, I didn't know until I checked the thing and it was showed a photo of where it was. I was like, why is it in the garage? Oh yeah, and the photo didn't even show up till like 30 minutes later. So I was doing something the whole time, and I thought that they delivered not my package, delivered a package to my neighbors instead of me. I was like, what? I was so confused. Yeah, you know what game I would love to fucking play? Hold on. Isn't it on PC? Isn't the Batman game on PC? I don't know if it is. I'm gonna check. I wanna play... Oh shit. Okay, it is. I would love to play Batman Arkham Knight, or like all the Batman fucking... I would love to play the Batman franchise. It's... I know everyone says so many good things about it, but I've never played them. And I need to play them one day. They look fun. They look so fun. I just haven't played them. I came in mind because I was like, we were talking about Harley Quinn and everything. So... yeah. I know that, Harley Quinn and the Joker and all of them are in that. I just haven't played them, and I'm shocked I haven't, because like, they're really good games. Hi Craig. How are you? I hope you enjoyed your sub. You get emotes, ad-free viewing, and then you also get a custom role in Discord. You have done enough. No, do you want to make me cry? No, don't. I will fight you. Ooh. Hold on.
Toss a coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty. Oh. Toss a coin to your witcher, oh valley of plenty.
There, Mr. just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Hannah and Tati. They're 2 of my VIPs, that's just funny. We met the sub goal. We did. I started doing that today. I was like, I should have a daily sub goal, because why not? So decided to just do that. It's fun. But thank you so much for meeting the sub. We got to the sub goal. Thank you so much, Mr. J. And thank you for gifting all 5 of them subs. You did not have to do that at all. I really appreciate you so much. I enjoy streaming. That's why, like, I was scared I couldn't stream today because my light wasn't working. So my light wouldn't work because it wouldn't connect to my Elgato control center. Thank you. I love Harley Quinn. She's my favorite. Her and Poison Ivy are my favorites. I did get to work though, so it's fun. Thank you. Whenever you say goober, I always think of Goofy Goober. I'm a goofy goober, yeah. You're a goofy goober, yeah. We're all goofy goobers, yeah. Best song. 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10. 50 out of 10. Definitely 50 out of 10. Thank you. It helps a lot. It really does. I do wish that Twitch would do the 70-30, but you know they're not gonna. They're never gonna do that because they're greedy. I mean, what? It's fine. I do really appreciate it. Should we get into Dark Souls? I think we should get into Dark Souls. That should be a thing, huh? Let me close my browser. Oh yeah. I also moved my monitors, by the way. So now I'm actually gonna be facing this side instead of this side when I play games. And it's very nice because all of the UI is always on this side of the screen, and that's usually where my face is. So I moved it. And it's very helpful. Oh shit. Let me move my mix it up. Wait, do I have Dark Souls? Okay, you'll be able to hear it. I had to re-add my game audio to OBS because it wasn't working. Like it wouldn't pick up Dark Souls. I don't know why. I had it on there, but like it didn't think it was on there. It was weird. So I had to re-add it. Oh, that's low. I don't remember which one it was. Was it this one? I don't know which one it was. Okay, it is this one. I made a Dark Souls screen on OBS. It looks nice. So yeah, we need to kill some bosses today. I tried last time, but I wasn't powerful enough, so I think we're gonna do some grinding today, and then we're gonna kill some bosses. Is my category, it says Dark Souls 3, by the way. I need to make sure. I hope it is. If not, then fuck. Did I kill him? I think I killed him. I was farming souls yesterday. It does? Okay, thank you. You know how many souls I need? It's painful. I need 40,000 souls. Which is like right below my name. Or my face. Ah! Just to level up once! Oh no. Hi. Ow. Did everybody eat today? I hope you ate something good. I ate some pizza for lunch. I also exercise, which I've been trying to do more because my arms have been sore recently from not actually doing anything. So I was like, I'm gonna start taking care of myself. Oh no. Hey, could you, like... Oh no. Love it when it freezes. So great. Hey. I missed. He hits hard. I don't like it. But he gets a water soul, so he gets 1,500. And I need that. Need to level up my health. Maybe we'll go for a boss today. Well, we are, but there's a certain boss I almost killed like 5 times last time. Which was Monday. I almost killed him, but then I kept dying, and so he didn't die. Orange. It was bad. There. Ah! Hello? Hello, game? Poor CPU. I'm so sorry. We are getting close beating the game. I'm just in a position where I have like 2 main bosses to kill, but then I need to kill some enemies first. I need to get my health up, which kinda sucks, but it's fine. I also heard that I saw that Stranger Things came out the next season. They get season 4. I still haven't even finished season 3. I should do that. Wait. There's also one enemy in this area that's really hard to kill. I don't know. This area is my main farming area because it's so easy to get souls, but it's also a challenge. I could try to kill spiders. I don't like spiders. What do you mean? This is my favorite armor. It gives me a big ass. I like the booty booty. I do like being a pope, though. It also makes my eyes glow. It's cool. What? Nice. I'm gonna die. We're gonna die in here. Gonna die. I don't like spiders, and they're spider people. Ugh. Somewhere in here. Oh look, one's alive. Hey, 2's alive. I'm gonna. Ah! No. No. Get away from me. Ow. Get away. Get away. Get away. Ow. Ow. I don't like spiders. I don't like spiders. I don't like spiders. Spider. Ah! Spiders make me uncomfortable. I don't like them. I don't want anything to do with you, but you give me souls, so I have to deal with it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Please go away. Please, no. I don't like you. I don't think they care. There's no one right here. I hate spiders. Die. Just die. Ah! All right. You're right, I do. Oh yeah, because of the yeah. It's the same hat. No, I'm the woman version. Instead of controlling rats. So I take your souls.
I don't know about you, but I am having a blast.
I love your name. I love your name. Uncle Baby. Hi, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? If you wish to talk, you do not have to. Okay, I need to do that again, and I don't like spiders! You know, Craig, when you said that, the first part, I thought you legit meant that you were like, like some rat pope in this game that I missed. And I was like, what? There's a rat pope? My dumbass imagined a giant rat with a pope hat. Of course, your name's so nice. You know what it reminds me of? Oh! Mr. J, put away your money, you spend enough today. Gosh. More than 1960. Yeah!
Jeffrey Bezos.
Jeffrey, you can do it.
Put your back into it. Tell us why. Show us how. Look at where you came from. Look at you now. Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett. Amateurs can fucking suck it.
I
The
didn't
real
like
Mr. gifted
that.
Huckleberry 262 a sub. The real Mr. gifted a tier 1 sub to Huckleberry 262.
What is that emote? I love it. Is that like a chicken twerking? Iconic. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to Huckleberry. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Your emotes and your Discord role. If you want to get that role, type exclamation point Discord. But how are you, Huckleberry? I hope you're great. Oh, I don't like spiders. They make me uncomfortable. Ah! Okay, wait, how much do I need? Okay, I got plenty. Let's go. Let us head out. Just waking up, hell yeah. I hope you suck it. I love that emote. Love that emote. Okay. You know, I found out in Elden Ring, apparently you don't actually have to travel anywhere to level up, and I'm like, that's so nice. Good morning, Uncle Barry. I hope you slept well. Ooh. Wait. Where's sexy woman? Where's... I don't think she's loaded yet. Because my speed sucks. Wait, what? Said that. Oh yeah, no one's loaded. Okay. There we go. Hi.
Welcome home, Ashen One. Speak thine
I'm
heart's
tall.
desire. Very well. Then touch the take nourishment.
Wait.
Farewell, Ashen One. May
How the fuck? Where are my captions? Excuse you. I have captions. Why are my subtitles off? I did not turn that off.
Welcome home, Ashen. Speak thine. Very well. Then touch the darkness. Take nourishment.
I did not turn my subtitles off. I don't know why they got turned off. Oh, great. We're now gonna need 40,000 souls to level up once. Can't wait. Can't wait to die. A lot.
Farewell, Ashen. May the flame.
Wait, isn't there this wait. There is someone else here. I don't remember where they are. I remember they gave me a free level once. Where are they? I know it's not you.
Back again, I suppose this.
Oh.
Come again.
I don't need sorceries. I'm not using that. But I don't need to. I don't know where this dude is. Did he disappear? I don't think he did. I know you can spy things from them. I also remember it was like a secret place to get to it. I don't remember how. You know, it's fine. We'll go fight a boss. I'm gonna die. Might have to put on better armor. Okay. We're gonna fight a boss we were doing last time. I almost killed them like 3 times and then I failed. They're, I figured out the tactic. I know that much. But I'm probably gonna fuck it up again. So that's great. Oh yeah. We gotta roll a lot. I forgot about that. Right, because there's this fucking... I hate this area. I hate this area. Give her the look moves. Enjoy your games. Okay. Ready to see a worm. The worming hole. It's a wormhole. Like, still worm in your hole. I'm leaving. Ow! I'm killing you. I'm going to kill you after I beat this boss. I can assure you, you're not leaving. You are not. Ow. You are. That didn't. That hurt me. Not living here alive, though I should probably kill the worm first, but oh well. Oh hey, big guy. Ah! Forgot you did that. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Ow. Let me get you to stage 2. Oh no! I can't move. I can't. Ah! Can't move! I can't move! I can't move. I'm leaving. Where? I don't know where I am. Ow, I can't. I hate these. I hate these camera angles so much. I don't know where I am. Most of the time, I don't know where I am, and it's really frustrating. Hi. So... It's really annoying when you die, mainly because you can't see where you are. I hope one day they fix these camera angles on a future game, because I know they did not fix it at all for Elden Ring. I know this for a fact. I've seen it. It's still shit. That's my #1 complaint about these games. The camera angles are actual shit. Like, literal trash. Get my souls, and then I'm also gonna go. Hi. You know what's so fucked up about this boss? There's like demons. Ow. That took half my health. There's demons that this old demon king, they killed them. They're laying all around here. I do love the music for this boss though, it's nice. Can I kill you today? Because we tried last time and I failed, but you're the only one I'm actually able to get some damage on. Because the other two are main bosses and I can't seem to hurt them. It's my health shit. To be honest, I probably could hurt the dancer more now. I did manage to get her to phase 2 last time, and then I stopped because I can't seem to hurt her. Ow! These camera angles are actual shit. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh fuck! No! I didn't mean to do that. Ow. Ah, yes, my favorite. Hey. 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 Ow. Okay, let me heal. Can I get you to phase? I don't know what I did last time, but I know I did figure out your tactic. And, I don't remember... Oh, there we go! Okay, bye. Here's at stage 2. Which also means I'm gonna fucking die. I always die when he's at phase 2. No. I'm running away. I'm running away. Can I kill you? That'd be great. I'm gonna save my embers till he's almost dead. Or I'm almost dead. Okay. Oh, fuck! 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 No! I forget that. Okay. I remember. When he does that, that's when we don't do anything. We need to just run. I forgot that's what I need to do. My bad. You know what game I'd love to play on stream one day? I would love to play Assassin's Creed. I'm always. Yeah, I fucked up. Hi Life Bloom, how are you? Yeah, I tried this last time that I leveled up a bit, so maybe I'll be able to kill him this time. Okay. Also, that worm, I am going to kill him. Or I'm gonna... Ah! I'm gonna kill this worm. Eventually. Yeah, so I've almost killed him 3 times. And then I die. And it's always by a stupid reason. It's never, like, a reasonable reason. Ever. First attempt today, I died by camera angles. Fun death, you know? Best way to die, camera angles. Hello. Oh no. Uh-oh. I have like no stamina. Okay, I can't see where I can't see. Again, camera angles can't see where I am. Get you to phase 2. That hurt. Ow. Ow. Wasting my fucking health. Oh my god. I just wasted, like, I just used way too much. It's fine. Oh, fuck. Okay, that didn't take too much of my health. Okay. We got him to phase 2. Run away. 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 So now he's gonna do that, which is how I died originally. The fire thing that he does.
About you, but I am having a blast.
Thank you for the follow. How are you? I'm gonna read that in a second. Hold on. Okay, do the thing. Yep. And then... Hi, Harry. What? Oh, no! Thanks for the leg, mister. Harry, we're trying to kill this guy again. Fuck! 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 Heal. Fuck. Okay, he's a little bit past half. Oh no, this thing. Oh no, this thing. This is how I've died so many times. Okay. I need to just pay attention to what the fuck he's doing. try again. He's doing it again. He's like, I just wanna play DVD and watch streams. I don't wanna do this. Oh, he's almost dead. Oh fuck. Leaving again. Before I die. Heal. Now. He's so close to death. He is so close to death. Do you think this is gonna be the one? Do you think this is gonna be the one, guys? Do y'all think he's gonna die? Do y'all think? I think he's gonna die. I'm gonna... One more? Don't choke now! Let's be greedy! Oh. Yes! He's dead! Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. He's dead. That's one boss out of 3. Thank you. Okay, I had a feeling we would be able to do it today because last time I was struggling. Yeah, I did see that. I just wasn't able to fully answer. If anyone mushroom. Hairy mushroom. Does anyone know how many souls this gives me? Because I don't. That gave me an adrenaline rush though. Okay, let me... One thing I am gonna do... I'm gonna try to kill that worm. I don't like that worm. I need it to die. I'm sorry, Harry. I hope that you end up being able to be at your hotel room soon. What is that rug? Why is there just a random ass rug here? Ah! I forgot it does that. I forgot it does that. I forgot that. I forgot that's a thing. So I can set up. You probably won't be able to stream. Hopefully you will though. Watch, you're gonna get McDonald's Wi-Fi. I'm kidding. Let's not hope that. That's not gonna happen. Never. I did see that. I was just trying to kill the boss first. Where's the worm? Worm? There's your dad! Ow. Ow. Where's the worm? There's a worm. I don't know where it is. Oh, there's the worm. Ah! Ow. Ah. Great. I don't know how much health this thing has. That job almost killed you. No, it didn't. It's fine. You know, I think we're gonna come back for that thing because I don't really wanna deal with it. Because there's literally something that tries to kill me every 5 seconds, so I'm good. Pass. I'm good. Rather not. There is one thing that I would like to kill. I need to go kill it. I should go kill it. Thank you for the dab. Redeeming the dab. What am I looking for? Oh wait, I know. I know. That thing. I'm gonna die. Oh, hi. Ow. 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 The fuck? Y'all got a problem? Y'all got a problem with me or something? Hey, can you kill them? They're being a little bitch. And I'm trying. Thank you. Oh, FPS. Oh no. So no one saw that. Yeah, y'all didn't see that. No, that didn't happen. Never happened. Yep. Let me go get my soul. That was definitely one point. The last one way to die. That's. Uh-huh. Let's not actually like fall off this though, because I've done that once or twice. Where are my souls? Are you kidding me? Ah! I do wanted to kill it, but ow. Oh my god. Anyways, I want to kill it. Because it's a mini boss, and I think it'll give me lots of souls. So I want to kill it. But I feel like I should probably do this later. He takes a lot of my health, and I'd rather not. You know? Yeah, I'm gonna come back later. I'm gonna come back later. Should we go for the dancer? Because the other guy is hard to kill. He's that one boss I killed. Hold on. What are they called? Hold on. You know. Yeah, but like I don't have the health for it. What were they called? The Abyss Watchers. There is a one boss that I have to kill that are similar to them, and those that they were a pain in the ass. I hated them so much. I don't know how much does this give me? You're allowed to tell me if you know, because I'm unsure. And I'm probably gonna come back later to kill him. 20k. Oh, 10k. Okay. That's not bad. What do you mean? I also need to remove these because I can't even use them. Every online item I can't use. What? Wait, did I not loot it? Let me go back. I'm confused. Did I forget to loot it? Might have forgotten. Because I know, like, some games, it's like, oh, you have to, like, go actually loot the boss. No. I'm confused. It's not like auto loot, though. When's the boss? Which one? Oh, do you mean like the guy that's at the throne? Because I have spoken to him. We'll go back. I believe so. Yeah, okay. I need like 1,000. I don't remember which throne he sits at. I know he sits at 1, I just don't remember which. Oh, there he is. Hey.
Aha, thou returned, and a fine day it is. So, happened upon any twist?
I didn't know this. Oh. King, let's go. Oh, I don't like the fact that there's so much shit I have to upgrade that isn't like health and stuff to use these. Yeah, a lot of these are free. I just need stuff like that. Like faith. No, the weapon I've been using has carried me. It definitely did when I got rid of the Oh, do they really? I know that. That makes sense. It definitely carried me when I got rid of the shield and started using two-handed. These are nice. Thank you. Maybe I'll try to get to these eventually. I think I need to upgrade my dexterity a lot. I mean, at the moment it's 14. It's not too bad. Okay.
Now, do not.
I just need to kill like one enemy. Let me just go kill someone real quick. Yeah, let me just go kill someone real fast. Let me get to 41,000 so I can level up. Cause I need 40k to level up once. It's annoying. And then I think we might try the dancer. I don't know if I'll be able to kill her though. I doubt it. But I know when I did the original, people were like, you need more health. Cause my health was shit. That was like a few weeks ago, I think. Hey. Hey, could you not? Okay. Oh, there's another one. Hi. I don't like spiders. They make me uncomfortable. I don't like the noises they make. The noise of them walking. In real life too, they make me uncomfortable. This game is pretty. I don't really know. I guess two-handed build. Warrior or whatever. No, everyone said to use the one with the shield and sword. I was originally gonna go naked. That was the original plan. I was gonna make my life hell. when I started the game for the first time, which this is my first playthrough, but like originally we were gonna do a naked build. Just going fucking naked. But, you see, my game, like, wasn't working originally, so then we had to do it a different day. Okay. I hope you, have a great rest of your day, Mr. J. You know what's funny? So, hold on. I hate spiders, but every single game I play, there's spiders. It's so frustrating. Wait.
Welcome home, I shall speak then. Very well, then taken. Farewell.
I just made that so much water on myself.
May the flames guide thee.
Okay. Should we try? I don't know why though, 'cause my CPU sucks. So like there's just the one area we need to go to, my CPU's gonna be like, fuck off. But you know, we'll deal with it. It's fine. I don't know if I'm ready for her though, but we'll see. I will be. Hold on, let me wait. Let me load first. And yeah. Ooh. So my cape is like it's blowing in the wind. Okay. Dude, I love that. Wait, no, I love that. Yeah, wait, no, that's cool. It blows in the wind when I'm facing this direction because it's windy. I didn't notice that before. Cause I didn't come here with the armor with the cape because it was early in the game. Cool. Okay. I'll be right back. Cause I need to do something real quick. Yeah, I need to do something real quick. I'll be back. Enjoy my be right back video. That chaos emoji was never real to me. I never thought I would hear the word Kerbusi ever in my life.
Finally, something that could swallow me whole.
Bestie, that sounds really kinky.
Champion, what a surprise.
Seneschal, dear, introduce me to your delicious friend.
Serendipity, this is Sarah Hawk.
Awkward. So, can we talk about something else now?
I was not expecting that. Oh my god. Look at Jarl Thickens over here. Do you think he would have an OnlyFans for this bod? You know? Oh. Mr. Jarl Thickens over here. Look at this man. Look at him.
Damn, boy, he's thick! Boy, that's a thick ass boy!
Look at them. Look. Hey, stop moving. What? Stop moving! I
don't give a fuck!
Ball! Stop! Anyways, if he fucking turns around one more time! Stop! Look at him. He is sexy. That's what I was trying to do, but he kept turning around and it was very rude. I found a fucking pickle. I found a pickle song. Hold on. It's so stupid.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
pickle, pickle, pickle, pickle, papa, pickle, 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 papa, pickle, 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 papa. Is this gonna be the theme of this stream? A fucking pickle. I think you need some pickles to make you feel better.
Pickle, 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 pickle,
pickle. Hi, I'm back. You know how nice it is to like listening to my beer back stream while I'm in a different room. It's like, it's so nice to know that my voice will never cut out again. Or as often. Because my voice would cut out so much with my old mic whenever I screamed or did anything. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna cut out your voice. I can't wait to die. My favorite. Let me just roll. Let me just roll. I got a bus to go to. She's sexy, sexy, sexy. Bye. Look at that ass. Ah. I hope I'm ready for her because I'm probably not, but you know, we're gonna try her anyways. Ah. Oh, I forgot she did that. I'm not ready for her. That answers my question. I need more health. Not ready. Still need more health. She literally one-hits you. She one-hits you. It's so annoying. I forgot she did that. Okay. Well, never mind. We'll go for the other guy. It was way harder, by the way. Way harder. Never mind. So I was like, oh yeah, we'll just go for her. Oh wait. Forgot. The part where she grabs you and then she kills you immediately if you don't have enough health. Whoops. It's really frustrating because I'm just stuck on this one section. We'll get there. We'll get there, don't worry. Oh, fun. Hold on, let me move my controller. Oh no. Oh no. I heard people. Oh. That's fun. Goodbye. Bye. See ya. I'm gonna die. I know I had souls, but I'm not gonna go get it, so... This is literally the Abyss Watchers 2.0. I hate... Y'all know how much I hated the Abyss Watchers? I spent 3 fucking days on that thing. Actually, it felt... No, I think it was more. I think it was like 4 or 5 days on the Abyss Watchers. You know what? It's gonna take me to kill this bitch. Just knowing that, and this dude spins just like the Abyss Watch. This is the Abyss Watchers 2.0. You can't convince me otherwise. This is the Abyss Watchers. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Let me heal. Hey, Pontiff. I don't like you. You're... See, at least a bit. No, this is like second stage in the Abyss Watchers because there's only one of them. I hated that bitch. No. No. Ow. No. Oh well. Well, that's fine. We got some health on him. He's gonna be hard to kill. He's gonna be hard as fuck to kill. Do I need a new weapon? I might need a new weapon. Don't answer that though. I know I have a second weapon. I don't really like it. It does do a lot of damage. And I have an effect and stuff. It does like 200 plus damage. But I don't like how it moves. It annoys me. Bye. Hi. Fuck me up. Actually, fuck you up. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna. Ow. I'm gonna fail though. I have no idea what his tactic is at all. I don't know his tactic. And that's what's gonna kill me so much. Ah! Hey! Oh no. Okay. Now we heal. Hey, no, no, no. Let me drop my 0 souls. I just like it not being there, even though I actually didn't need to do that, because I was like, no! Oh, this is only stage 1. You know how fucked I'm gonna get in stage 2? Y'all, I'm gonna get fucked in the ass. Literally. Link. Stage 2 is gonna fuck me up hard. If I'm getting fucked stage 1, you know how bad stage 2 is gonna be. It's fine. I mean, I probably could use a new weapon. But this weapon has been doing good for me for a while. It's just... I mean, if I need to, I could switch to my second one. I just don't... It's not that great, because it's just a random one. I just level up. Because I couldn't find any others that are good. No! Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Ass. Ooh. You know, I actually did well there. It's just, I need to like run away when he starts doing that. Because he's gonna go all... Yeah. Ah! No, oh no. Oh, fuck. You know, I'm so happy that that gets like... No, fuck. That scared me. I will get fucked, never mind. I was gonna say, I'ma fuck you up. Not, by the way. Shit. This is hard. This is hard. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Fuck you, Abyss Watcher 2.0. That's what he is! Oh no. Oh, I'm dead. You know, I did a little bit better than usual. It's just the fact that I'm so fucking stubborn. And I'm like, oh yeah, I can kill him. And then I don't. Or because I'm like, I don't want to actually level up or anything. I just want to go right on in. And that's what fucks me up so much. Look how you can see inside her head. Hi. I'm gonna get fucked. 3, 2, 1. I have to roll so much on this dude. But at least I actually do damage on him. He doesn't one-hit me. Like the other bitch. The dancer fucking one-hits me. I can't fucking kill her. I have to do him first. Because I need way more health on her. I need so much. Him, I can at least do some sort of damage. No! Can you not? Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck! Oh my gosh. No. Fuck. I'm dead. That was a bad run. Look at him standing over me. He's like, I killed you. Yeah, you did. I noticed. This is my favorite area. It's so pretty. But the enemies fuck me up hard. Hate it. Especially those, the ones with the fire thing. Ugh. They're so hard to kill. Can I like... Oh, I can! Might make life a little bit easier. Don't mind me. I'm just making room for myself. Ow. Maybe when he starts to do that, I should just run the other side. But like, he does it all the time. And if I just run, then I won't do damage. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Ow. Ow. I don't know how to kill him. Oh, fuck! No, stop, 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 stop. Let me heal. Like, they never give me time to heal myself. This is going great, you know? Oh no. Oh no. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Fuck. No. Fuck. Fuck. Sorry. Okay. Oh my god. You know what his swords look like? me. I don't deserve to die. I don't deserve to die. I probably do. Never mind. Take that back. I probably do deserve it. Especially when I put Dragon Age. Oh no, I'm out of health. I keep panic healing. And that's gonna get me killed so much because I panic heal and then I don't have health. Ah, there we go. Oh no. Oh, he has wings. Oh no. Oh no. This is how I die. What is he doing? Oh! 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 Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck. I'm... Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Oh, shit. No. No, I have to kill 2 of you! Oh. Y'all, I don't like this. This is... You know, I was like, oh yeah, this is easy. When I got to stage 2, this is not, this is pain. Dude. I did so much more damage than I usually do though, so that went well. That went way better than normal. I think we'll get to kill him soon, I think. I mean, if I got a little bit more health, I could probably kill him a lot faster. And I could probably also see if I could upgrade my weapon. I also might see if I can use my second weapon. We'll try it out. I don't like using this weapon though, because it sucks. It's awful. It's just horrible. But it does do a lot of damage, and I'll probably end up changing it. I just want to test. I want to test it out. I just don't like the direction it, like, goes to hurt. Because, oh my god. Hey, could you let me actually, like, heal myself? That would be great! No, that's not what I wanted. That's not what, no, that's not what, that's not. I'm not using that weapon. I don't know how to use it. I'm just gonna sell it at some point because I can't use it. I can't even do damage on this dude. He keeps fucking doing that. And then he, like, gets my health, then my health gets rid of... Could you let me, like, do anything, please? Oh my god. Oh my god, please. This dude's a pain in my ass. I don't like him. Please die. I can't even do damage on you, please. Let me hurt you. That's all I want in life. Can I at least, like, hurt you once? That's... Last time was a lot better, but I used... Because he gets... I don't like him. Could you die? Please... Oh my god. Okay. When he does that, I think I just need to run away. To be honest. That's the only tactic I can think of is being a pussy and running. It's the only tactic that will work. Because he's so fast. Why are you so fast, bro? I don't like him. I hate him. I hate him. Hate. Don't. No. I'm good. Just no. It's annoying. Please load. Okay. We're gonna try tactic 2. We're just gonna run whenever he starts being all like that. What he's about to do. No, it's wait. No, it's about to do it again. Yep. No, fuck. Watch, and he's gonna be like, you can't fucking, can't heal. That's what he does. He's like, oh yeah, we're not gonna let you heal. So frustrating, because I need so much health for phase 2. Phase 2 of this bitch is horrible. And phase 1 is already really bad. I hope I can kill him. I really hope I'll be able to kill him. Probably not today, but we'll try. We have 5 hours. And 5 of them. I mean, not 5, sorry. Like 3 of them is just gonna be fighting this bitch. You know that's probably what's gonna happen. As I spend way too long on bosses, I'm stuck. I'm stuck in a corner. No, no, never mind, never mind. It's gonna be like, I'll fucking hurt him. No, let's not hurt him. Not when he's doing that. No. No. Yeah, this is the best tactic right now. Just run. When he starts to do that, I think that's the tactic that I need to do. Phase 2 though, I don't know the tactic for phase 2. I've only gone phase 2 once. Okay, let me heal actually. I could use more health. But I don't know where to find one of the frogs things. I don't know where to find them. Oh, that was close. That almost hurt me. That hurt me, but not too bad. Hi. Rude. Okay, phase 2! Here's a phase 2! You wanna watch something horrible? That fucking didn't hit him. Ow. No, I hate that because it's like his little spirit does exactly what he does. That's so annoying. I'm gonna need to heal for this one. Oh, I hate that so much. I hate that. No. Oh, are you kidding me? Ah! No, let me run away. I hate you. Please. No, 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 no. I don't like this bitch. Phase 2 of this bitch? That's another level of fucking death. I don't know where I am. Sorry off, by the way, for being like super I don't like them. You know what's it? You know, Harry, I was just thinking of you. I was like, you know, you would have rage quit by now. You should get McDonald's when you get home. I meant back to the hotel. How do I kill you? No, can you? Oh my god. No, I want the other dude! I'm about to die! You poor Edgar brothers, it's okay. If you want, we can talk. You can talk here if you wish. I don't mind. You don't have to though. Ah! Try to make people not so bored. I hate this dude. He has... So this guy literally does exactly what he does. And he spawned him. And he's so annoying. No, I'm running away now. No, 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 no. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. I have no health. I have no health. And I'm... Oh my god. I'm at... Oh no. I'm at a slither of health. I'm dead. I'm gonna die. 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 I'm dead. That's the most I've done. I need to level up my... No, I can't even heal more than 10 times. I need more health. Or like, at least more ways to heal level up. I know there was one around here, I just don't know how to get to it. I am doing more damage though. Before I couldn't even get to phase 2, that was phase 2. Harry, I hope you are able to go back to the hotel soon. Being bored sucks. It's the main reason. I almost jumped. It's the main reason I streamed earlier today because I was bored. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot about you. I don't like you. Go away. I don't like dogs! Dude, I hate the dogs in this. I meant to heal. Yeah. Fuck you. Oh. I'm sorry. They're mini bosses. They suck. I don't hate dogs. I do, however, hate them in Dark Souls. Oh look, they died. Nice. Oh no, more dogs! You are not killing me. I will not let you kill me. Decided I'm gonna actually not be stubborn for once and actually try to level up at least once. I also probably could use a new weapon, to be honest. I just don't know where to get another one. Hey, fuck you. I was like, I wanna play Dead by Daylight. Oh, that's why I break it. Oh. How do I get up there? Oh. Wait, let me try something. Actually, no, it's not gonna work. How do I get up there? Like, there's an enemy. I just can't figure out how to get up to where he is. Weird. Oh well. Let me look for the frog. I know where it is. Sort of. Kinda. Ish. But also, no idea. Like, I know where it is, I just don't know where to get, how to get to it. Oh no. Hi. Oh wait, no, it's not a frog, sorry, it's a turtle. Did I seriously get a turtle and a frog mixed up? That is so embarrassing. That is so embarrassing for me. How do I manage to do that? Also, y'all hit hard, could you not? Yes, that moment when you get a frog and a turtle mixed up. I'm embarrassed. That's so embarrassing. What's this? Oh. Ew. Oh, okay, I see. I know where I am. I'm just gonna kind of explore a bit. I don't know if I got... There was a key. There's a key I need to open a cell. And I don't know how to get the key. Hi. I'm not gonna fight the boss because I'm gonna die in 2 seconds. If I do, however, I will kill you. Ow. Oh, great. You know, I love it when there's 2 of them and one has a shield. I hate it here. Oh no. Yeah, it's a shield. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Wait, no, I remember where it was now. Okay, I need to go to another bonfire and I need to teleport to somewhere else. You know, once I figure out where the bonfire was, because I completely already forgot. Wait, I think it was in here. Yeah, okay. It was at the manor. There was like this place up top of it, and I need to get to it. The scythe. Can you imagine? A fucking priest just using a scythe to kill people. What's down here? Oh. I'm not going down here. I'm not doing that. I will go up here though. There's... It was like way past here, right? I know there's this place, but I'm not going through there. That's like my mining, not my mining, sorry. My farming area. I have two. That's one of them. The other one is around here somewhere. It's upstairs. Wait, no, it's not. It's where I killed a boss. Sorry, I'm just... I don't know. See, yeah, it's around here. Let me kill you. It's down there, and I don't know how to get down there. How do you get down there? Wait. No, because it's literally right through. Oh my god! No, get back here. Bro. Are you kidding me? That wall was fake this whole time. I hate it here. I kept looking at it and I thought it was a real wall that you couldn't fucking destroy.
Watch the butcher burn. And the Almighty swim through. No word that I've written would bring quite a
Hi Kay, how was Raft? And your stream, I hope it was so great. I haven't played Raft. Is it good? It was so good. What did you do in Raft? All I know about Raft is that you're on a raft and you can't survive. I mean, you're trying to survive. Oh, there's islands. Nice. I also know there's sharks. That's all I know about Raft. I don't know anything about that game. Hi. We love islands. We're the pretty islands. Hope you didn't try to kill. I mean, not. I hope you were. But no, I hope you weren't I can't English. I hope that you didn't get killed. That's what I meant to say. But I can't English. Oh, there's lore you can find.
What needs?
Hell yeah. What do you mean I don't have a shard? I need a shard. Cringe. So I killed a boss earlier. It was hard. Now we're trying to kill another. So today we're doing that. If you came with the raid, hi. My name is Audrey. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. I play a lot of story-driven games. At the moment, I've been playing Dragon Age Inquisition. We've been doing an evil playthrough on that. And are all on all Dragon Age games. We're finally on the last one. And we're also playing Dark Souls. And at the moment, we're trying to kill some bosses. We have 2 main story bosses I'm trying to do, which is what we're doing today. We killed a side boss already today, which is exciting. Oh, I'm almost out of embers. Uh-oh. I don't like buying embers. Oh yeah, because they're so expensive. Embers are expensive. There's one piece of armor I really want because they look cool. This armor, dude. Or this one. Undead Legion. Sexy. Oh yeah, NK, did you ever finish Elden Ring? I know you were playing that at some point. Hi Tati! How are you? Why is lightning? Do you think that would be good against a boss I'm trying to kill?
Ashen One, be sure to bring...
New mic, yes. That's okay, please go take care of something for the raid. I know, straight. Yes, I hope I can't speak. I know that streaming can be draining. I hope you go eat and sleep and stuff because I know it's late for you. Yeah, I really like this mic. It didn't arrive the day it was supposed to. But yeah, we're good. Don't worry about it. Good. We are good. I'm great. Thanks for asking. How have your streams been, Tati? You got some sleep! Hell yeah! Let me give you a shout out because you're literally so great. We haven't talked that much. Oh shit. I can't spell. Thank you. Welcome to Can't Spell. The Sims Medieval. Hot. No, when I tell you, I was so impatient. I was the most impatient person you could meet. I kept going downstairs. They literally would email, but I kept going downstairs so much because I was like, I want my mic. And it's a really nice mic. You know what's great about it? There's like a mute button at the top and it lights up. Ow! When I have to go back. I need so much health for this fucking boss, dude. Phase 2 is an ass, bro. And of course, you deserve a shout out, Sims Medieval. I love The Sims Medieval. I haven't played it in so long. It's my favorite. Oh, that's fucked. Ah, my favorite. No, because literally, I have literally. When I was supposed to be right back, a few. I don't do this anymore, but I used to do this. I would just be on TikTok. I would get distracted. I don't do it anymore though. Like, fuck you. Yeah, go attack. Bye. Shush. Oh, I was supposed to put something on my weapon. I forgot. I bought something for the boss and I forgot to use it. Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, I love that for you. A lot of times I would go on Twitter. Which, speaking of Twitter, I've been getting a lot of traction on Twitter recently, and I'm really happy about it. Like, I have the most followers on Twitter and TikTok. And I'm mad because my phone isn't working, so I can't even use TikTok. I need to post. I haven't posted in 3 days because of it. I'm really upset. I might have to use the actual... the website on your PC. Ow! The screen. Thank you for clipping that. I'll watch that after my stream. Oh fuck, wait, no, I need to heal. No, okay, can I restart actually? Can I restart? Because this is not going great, you know what? Boy, at you. Okay. No. Oh well. Okay, this time, when I'm starting to walk, wait, wrong way. I'm glad to see you though. I'm glad you're back. I miss seeing your face. Okay. Let me do it here. So there is lightning. I forgot I used two-handed, so I can't even use. If I put it one hand, hear me out. No. What? No, this is what? I'm so confused. Is it because it already has an effect? So I can't put another effect? Because it lets me put on this one, and I hate this weapon. I despise this weapon. I need to sell it. Thank you for the clip in that though. I do YouTube highlights, so I'm at Twitch highlights, sorry. So it does help a lot when people do that, because then I don't have to clip things myself. Okay. Let's try again. I don't like him. You know what he does on phase 2? He spawns a second version of himself who mimics him. So if one thing like fucks me up, right? Then it's gonna fuck me up twice. Because his mimic does the same thing he does. It's so frustrating. It's like a spirit of himself. It's so annoying. Yeah. Ah! No, no, no. Fuck. I don't know what that does, but I think we're gonna find that out after I kill him. I think that's gonna be used for something after he dies. I've almost killed him twice. I've gotten pretty far health. I need more health or I need more potions. And I can't get either. I mean, I could actually get more health. I just need to farm and I don't want to do that. To be honest. And the other main boss literally one-hits me, so... I should probably level up my health. I don't want to do... You know how many times I've been leveling up my health just for these two bosses? I don't want to do it anymore. I just want to kill you. Please. All I want in life is your death. I don't want to farm anymore. Oh no. Ah! Bro. Bro! This is rude. How dare you? I wanna see how much damage this does. Oh, wait, no, that actually does a lot. That does quite a bit, but I hate this weapon. I don't like how it moves. Oh, okay, I might have to use this weapon on you. Okay, we found the weapon to use on this dude, but I hate it. I despise this weapon with a passion. Y'all ready to see how much I hate this dude? Because you're about to. Ow. Oh my god, really? 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 Thank you for liking. Chatty. Oh, please. You know what? Fuck you. 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 Ow. If I get low in health, I'm gonna need to use an ember. Good thing I got a new one. I'm scared, besties. I'm scared, besties. Oh no. No, no, no! I hope I didn't waste that. I probably just wasted that. I just wasted that. I wasted that. Welcome to I waste things. Because I'm dead after I used it. I've done better. I've done better. It's okay. It's okay. We'll get him next time. Tell me, we're gonna be here for so long just killing this one boss. He's so hard and I'm stubborn and I don't want to actually try. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let's see if that works! I'm scared. I'm nervous. I really hope that helps. I don't think it will, but we'll see. Oh. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Right. Let's also add... I don't know what this does. Bleeding, okay. See, you know what would be nice if I knew what his actual, like, weakness was, and I can't figure that one out. What's my stuff? Let's add poison. We need so much on this one boss because he's so difficult. He's the Abyss Watchers 2.0. They're so difficult to kill.
I don't know about you, but I am having a blast.
Hi, Doc. Or Silky. Hey, how are you? Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Okay, go at me. Come at me, bro. That's not what I meant. I meant come at me, but don't hurt me. You know, best tactics, just don't get hit. I'm really bad at that one though. Hi. No, I need help. Okay. Everything's doing good. I'm not paying attention to you. You're really pissing me off. Please go away. I've been trying to kill you for 2 hours. Please, could you die? I know I'm not really trying now, but because you hit... You know what? I need to farm, and I don't wanna. But we should farm. But I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How did you find me, if you don't mind me asking? Okay. I don't like this weapon, but it's like the only weapon I have that'll actually do damage. That's like a lot of damage, because I think he's immune to frost. I can't figure that one out. It would make sense actually because of the area we're at. Okay. Let me go farm spiders. I need like 40,000 souls to kill him. Sorry, to level up once. So painful. Okay. Well, hi. I don't like you. I don't like spiders. They make me uncomfortable. No. There we go. Hi. Okay. He's giving me like 750. Nice. Okay. Hello. Ooh. Hog. Oh, you dropped. That's not really. Okay. Let me kill them. Oh no. Ah! There we go. Are they all dead? I think they're all dead. Let's go back. I have like 2 places where to do this because they're easier. Okay, let's see. This one's like the easy one though. This is like the, yeah, you could call it the fast, but the other one's like not. Nice foot spot. Hi God. How are you? I like how Buttsfuzz said, maybe they'll dive back, pickle, pickle. Oh my god. You just woke up. I'm shocked. I'm doing good. I'm stuck on a boss. I did kill that fire boss earlier though. Now we're on the Abyss Watchers 2.0. Because the dancer, she literally one-hits me. Yeah, I killed the demon. I'm stuck on 2 bosses, Con. And at the moment I'm trying to kill a main boss. Okay. Oh shit, hi. It's fine. I will kill them. That's why I'm farming. I'm farming so I fucking fucked up. I'm farming so I can get more health. And I'm gonna need a lot for the dancer. I did. Is it working? Cause I was like, maybe I'll add it back for if because I got a new mic. Maybe we'll pick it up better. Probably not, to be honest. Of course it isn't. Oh well. I'll take it back off. I just wish it would work good. To be fair though, because of what I used, it was like, it's experimental. It's not like fully work. I mean, true. YouTube subtitles pick it up way better. Like, sometimes it doesn't match, but most of the time it does. Picks up most things. Oh god. Hi. What did Harry do? What do you mean? What did Harry do? Everything. That's not an answer. Why is it because your PC started acting up? It's an answer. Very fake one. I'm dead. You know what I hate? Ow. I hate that. No. I need 40,000 souls to level up one time. I hate it. I hate it so much. Which means I need to do this like 3 times. I meant 3 more times. Oh well. Hey, why did I do that? Okay. I still never killed the worm. Because it takes so much help. No. No. How dare you? Oh yeah. So, you want to know what I did? I moved my monitors. I like swapped them so I can have my face cam on the side it's on right now, because so much UI in so many games are on that side, and it's really frustrating. Really frustrating when you're trying to play a game, or you're trying to stream or record a video, and all of the UI is there, but no one can read it or see it because your face cam's there. But if you're on the other side, then no one can actually see. Or, well, they can. I'm sorry. I can't speak today. You won't be facing the game. It looks better if you're facing the game. Which is why I have me facing the game. But I hope you slept well, Con. Gonna get some chocolate milk and do things. I'm gonna play Borderlands 3. I know you've been liking that game. I have it, I just haven't played it. I have 1, 2, and 3. Oh, that's Destiny 2 added a new dungeon? Nice. See, part of me is always like, I should get back into Destiny 2. Then I'm also like, but then I'll end up grinding. And I grinded like every game. No, I don't. Some games I do. It's really annoying. Like this game, I have to grind a lot. It's so frustrating. I don't like... There's 3 of them. Go away. Thank you. Annoying piece of shit dungeon. I'm shocked. I like how you have like a love-hate relationship for Destiny 2. I don't like how they walk towards you. It looks so... Ugh. I hate it so much. That's the noise it's making. You know what's funny? Last time I played Destiny 2, I had like every single thing memorized because I was farming so much. Every single thing I was doing, I had the whole thing memorized. So I knew exactly how to do it. I had to do every single one. Yeah. Or like there's these guys that are like super powerful. I'll let you out, Holly, in a second. Let me kill these guys. My cat's at my door. She's like, let me out! Ew. Yeah, I would, you know what I would do in Destiny? You know, like your super ability, I would save it until there's till there's like a tank that's so fucking hard to kill. I would always save that shit because it was pain in the ass. Ah! Fuck. Okay. I'm not gonna kill any more of them. I think I'm gonna go kill some random enemy. That should be enough for me to level up. Okay. I'll be back. My cat wants to. I didn't want y'all to see me get up. So y'all. Wait, what was I doing? Oh wait, there's enemies down here. I could just go down here. Nice. Hey, where y'all going? Ow. That didn't even hit me. Why did I say ow? That didn't even hit me. That didn't even hit me. I would've just said ow when they missed. They missed and I said ow. I'm crying. No, no. I'm stuck. I'm cornered. I'm stuck in a corner. Never mind, no, I'm not. No, okay, because there's a... I have two swords. This one, and then this one. This is my favorite one. But this one does more damage on the boss. But I hate how it swings. It swings like this, okay? I hate it. Or this one swings like this. It's so much nicer. How much do I need? I have enough. I hate it, but it does more damage. Also, Con. I'm wearing Harley Quinn merch. Wink. No, you love her. I do too. I love her so much.
Welcome home, speaker. Very well, then taken.
Okay. I need to level up my dexterity as well. I just haven't. You could tell what I haven't been leveling up. You can see. Oh yeah. You could tell I've been leveling up this stuff more. Like, I haven't leveled up this at all. I don't know if it does anything. What's atonement? I don't know what that does. Yeah, it says it right here. And then I also wear a shirt. It's nice! I love her. I still have like missiles.
Ashen One, what is wrong?
I just killed the barkeeper! kill her? Didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. I just killed the firekeeper. Did she come back? I can't level up without her. Oh no. Oh no. I'm scared. I just killed her. I didn't mean to kill her. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? I'm a murderer. I just killed the firekeeper. I didn't mean to do that, bro. I don't even know if I had anything. Oh, I did. Nice. See, I can like quick. No, 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 no! See, that's why it's a little bit better because oh my god, I did not just do that. Anyways, I can like quickly hurt her. And him, sorry. Them? Yeah. I can quickly hurt them with that. Like a quick attack. But then the other one's like strong attack, so then it's it probably does more damage, but I can't do so much damage within not so much time, if that makes sense. I'm so upset that I killed a firekeeper. Are you kidding me? That's definitely gonna go to a Twitch highlight, bro. I didn't mean to kill her. It was an accident, I swear. Would never kill her on purpose. I didn't mean to do that. No, let me get my soul. It's like 1,000 souls. You know how hard? No, it's not. It's literally so easy to get like 700 souls, bro. I could kill one enemy for that much. I just like having my soul. Oh no! Oh no! No, don't hurt me. How fucking dare you? Ow. Okay, I have to wait until it's like... Yep, no, crap it, no, not that, 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 not that. There's something through there. I'm assuming that's where I go after I kill him. No! It's like the fire dancer too. He's literally the fire dancer, phase 2, and then the Abyss Watchers in 1. I don't like him. He's so hard to kill. Probably my weapon too. I should just use my normal weapon. Or, you know what I could do? I could put, like, effects on mine. I don't like this weapon. I hate it because of how it moves. I despise this. It moves weird. Thank you. Yeah. I like it when she goes through, you can see the inside of her head. Ow! That's not what I meant it to do. I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. Because when he does that, I just need to run away, but like, most of the time he's doing this. Ow! Could you literally not do that, please? Wow, guys, look how much damage I did. So much. I did so much damage on him. It's definitely, like, when I was using the other sword, I did so much more, but then when you get to stage 2, I have to... Okay, that's what I'm gonna... Okay. Plan. We're gonna use this sword, and then when we get to stage 2, we're gonna use the other sword. I feel like that would probably help, to be completely honest. Like if I use this sword on stage 1, and then I use my other sword for stage 2, he would probably die faster. Plus the other one I can also apply effects to, where this one I can't because it's already housed an effect. Because it does frost damage. Which I'm pretty sure he's probably immune to. Oh well. No, don't go towards. What are you doing? The bitch really said, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go towards the thing that's trying to kill me. Ow. 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 Bestie, what are you doing? Yeah, that does more damage because that does like 200, but the other one doesn't. The other one does like 950. Though I have to use this one. I just wish it would let me put on more than that. Hi, Ham. I'm like, oh Ham, I love that. No, don't. Oh no, I'm dead. That was horrible. Hi, Ham, how are you? Mama, I'm a criminal. Okay. Attempt something. Don't know, I lost count. Oh no. Go in. Let's not die. Probably will, because stage 2 is a bitch. Hi, Ham. How did you find me? You don't mind me asking. You don't have to answer. Ow! You, my guy, are a bitch. He's the Abyss. I literally, I'm telling you, he's the Abyss Watchers 2.0. I fucking hate the Abyss Watchers. And he fights like him. He fights like the Abyss Watchers. Phase 2. And this is only phase 1. Phase 2 is harder though. I hate phase 2 for him. Mainly because he summons 2 of himself! Dude, could you stop doing half my health? Because he hurts so fast and then I die. And I don't want to... I don't... Stop. Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm dead. I don't want to farm. All I've been doing is farming. I just want to fight a boss. And he is difficult. It's probably also the fact that I'm very impatient. And so I fight a certain way. I wish. No, Abyss Watchers? No. I have PTSD from that bitch. It took me 3 or 4 streams just to kill him. He was so hard. Because, okay, phase 1 wasn't that hard, okay? But then phase 2 was a bitch. I don't know if I can upgrade my weapon. I know I did recently. But it only let me upgrade it once. Sadly. Okay. Ow! Tried to get out of the way in time, it didn't work. There. There. No. No, no, no! No. What's also, you know, so fun about this guy? He doesn't let me actually heal on time. I would like to actually kill you. So I can soon start a new game. I'd like to start a new game soon. I've been playing this game since February, please. I hate being on like a game for like so long. But I am enjoying it. I didn't know it was gonna be so long when I started it. Ow! I hate you, dude. Please die. It doesn't let me heal. I'm gonna die. Oh, I didn't. I'm shocked. No. Don't you dare. No, I'm leaving. Bye. Running away. I'm not even gonna have enough health for your phase 2 at this rate. No. Hi Kay, how was your dinner? What'd you eat? Why did I do that? Fuck you. Pasta? What kind? I want pasta. My favorite meal. Okay. We at least have 3. I'm gonna get PTSD from this boss too. Him and the Abyss Watchers. No. I love pasta though. My favorite meal! No. Oh god. Oh no. I I'm running away. No, 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 no. Okay, I need Ember. I didn't even pick the right thing. I need my health, not a bone. Not a boner. Sorry. Tuna. Ew, yeah. I don't really like tuna. I'm glad you like it. I don't know what attempt this is. That's probably like attempt 50.
I don't know about you, but I am having a blast.
Hi, Skyo. Oh no, I forgot you did that. Thank you for following. How are you? Ow! Oh no. Oh no. I'm fucked. I won't be able to kill him. I can't kill him.
I don't know about you, but I am having a blast.
Thank you for the follow him. Ah! Look, I know I should get the other guy, but I don't have patience. What if where the fuck? I don't know why she just threw that there. I didn't have her do that. Okay. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. See, it's getting ow! I'm not gonna kill him. I don't have enough. Fuck. I also love pasta. Pasta is my comfort food. Wow, thank you. So I took that advice. Fuck. Fuck, I should have taken that advice when I had the chance to not get hit. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I really should have thought of that one. Shit. Maybe if I figured that one out, I wouldn't have died. That's the equivalent of don't die. Just stab it. Great advice, honestly. Never would have thought of it. Okay, guys again. Dude, I just need to save my health, but then he like stabs me like so much. And then I end up not having enough health because of it. My God! Dude, he does so much damage. No. No. I preferred the other guy I killed. It was so much better. You're a fucking ass. Is he also gonna take me 4 streams to kill just like the Death Watchers? Most take me at least 1 or 2. This guy though, and for a long time it was taking me like 3 hours to kill them. Now it's starting to be in the area where it's like, oh yeah, it's gonna take you like 4 days. I could probably kill him if I just did it 20. No! I won't. I hope I do. I have I have 5 hours to kill him, so we'll get there. I hope you have a great sleep. Good night, Ham. I hope you sleep well. Ugh. This dude's a bitch. Okay, do I have something? Is he like immune? Don't answer that. Is he immune to... Oh, you know what? That would probably help, but I don't have enough of them. Then I could probably use this for when he uses his fire. But I don't have enough. I need a lot of them. Like I might have to get a bunch. While we're there, I'll try that. If I can't kill him this time, I'll try again. And I'll go ahead and see if I can get the stuff. Because that's what I did for the Abyss Watchers, and that made it so I could, in fact, kill him. Maybe it will work again. Work for this guy too. Make it so I don't take so much damage. I almost used an ember. Shit! Oh my god, that was so close. Okay. Because I used so much health because like health potions. Because he's attacking me so much. I'm trying to get more, but I couldn't. I'm not able to get more. Yeah, it's fire. That's what's fucking me up so hard. It's not the other one. It's just the fire. So, I mean, it's probably the other one too, but it's mainly the fire that's fucking me up. I need to be able to... I went into a corner. I need to be able to not... Okay. We're gonna go to get kill some spiders, and then we're gonna see if I can upgrade that, get some more, see if we can buy some, because if I have that, that would help me a lot with killing him. Okay. Hopefully we'll be able to kill him after that. Because I remember when I killed Abyss Watchers, the fire damage thing helped so much. Made it so I didn't take as much damage as I would have. And he uses fire too. So that might just have to be a thing. Okay, first of all, I thought I had you. Fuck. Oh my god, every single spider in this place is attacking me. Oh no. Why are there 4 of you? Please go away. Oh my god. Dude. Okay. we'll kill this guy, and then after we kill them all, we'll go back to the other place, and we'll see if we can. Oh. And we'll see if we. Oh, that one freezes. We'll see if we can kill the that guy. I'm not actually gonna call him his actual name. I'm just gonna call him Best Watchers 2.0 because that's what he is. What he is. Can't change my mind. It's probably gonna cost 500 or something. So it'll be fine. I just need to be able to have it. I wish I could have more flasks as well, but I can't. So I hope she's alive because we accidentally killed the firekeeper. Whoops. I didn't mean to do it, and I hope she's there. Oh, thank God. I'm so sorry.
But knowest thou not?
I did not mean to. Yep.
So please, Ashen One, allow me to serve thee. The lords have left their thrones and must be delivered to them. To this end, I am ever at thy side. Farewell, Ashley.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to kill you. It was an accident. Oh, I can't buy it. Shit. I can get this, but I can't get the one for fire.
Ashen One.
I don't think I'll be able to get it from anyone else though, but I will see. Really? Okay. Oh my God. So there was there was someone else around here. I just don't know where they are.
Back again, I suppose. Go.
Hi, Holly. Hi. I don't remember where he is. Oh. What the fuck? Did it die? Oh, that's sad. I think it's dead. Ugh. I also don't know how to get any more of those, and that's what I need. Okay. She sells one for magic, but not for fire. Oh well.
Ashen One.
Let's see. Wait, what? Oh! Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. I don't think that would work on a boss, though. I don't want to use it if I have only one. That's where I'm like, I don't want to use it. We'll see if I can use this though. Because it's using magic. But it's not doing the most, but I really want to use the fire one though. Sadly though, we can't do that. Wish we could. Okay, let's try this again. Before I go inside, I'll turn that on. But it's mainly phase... Well, no, it's phase 1 and phase 2. So like phase 1... It's fire. Phase 2, it's magic. That's probably not gonna do anything. What is the shot? Wait, is that dark? Wait, I can't tell if it's dark magic or if it's just magic. Like, that's something I can't figure out. I died. I know it uses fire. Probably using dark purple. Okay. Well, hold on. Yeah, not dark magic, sorry, dark damage. It uses fire the most. And I don't know where I can get more of it. Because she doesn't sell any. I think it's dark. Shit. Gosh. Hi. No. No, 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 no. Oh no. Uh-oh. I missed. No, I missed! I fucking missed again. Oh my god. Made it look at him up. simulator. Playing roll simulator. Rolling. Roll. That. Oh my god! No! Can't eat it. I'm dead. That was a bad run. That was really bad. I was originally, I was getting to stage 2, now I'm like not. And I don't know why. Well, I know why, it's because I'm bad, but... Okay. We'll try again. Oh my god. Please hurry up. Thank you. Why did you just do that? Okay. Let's go. That's not what I meant. I meant let's go, but don't hit me. No. My fucking controller just fucking needs work. I don't know how to play this game on keyboard and mouse, please. Because I need a new controller, that's why. It done this twice today, but this is the first time I did it on a boss. I'm so lucky that he didn't just try to attack me. Whoa, my controller's doing that. Oh my god, I would have cried. Stop. This dude. Is he using dark stuff? I don't know what he's using, and it's really difficult to could you not corner me? I'm cornered. It's hard to tell if it's magic or dark. I can't figure out. Yeah, that didn't even hurt him. That didn't even hit him. See? Okay. Oh my god! I keep like not hitting him. Let me run out. No, 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 no! Oh my god. My controller did it again. Like when my controller does that, then my fucking game freezes. Fuck off, dude. I want him to die, please. Oh, great. Lovely. Yep, and attack. I know you want to. Fuck. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. This dude on phase 2 is a fucking bitch as well. Like, him on both stages. I just can't kill him. I can't kill him. He is so difficult to kill. My heart is racing! No, 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 no. See, here's what always happens. I keep getting, like, stuck. I keep getting fucking stuck at this part. Like, because his health will be up there, and then I can't damage him now. I mean, I could, but I just can't, really. No! Because he has, like, 2 of them, and I need to kill the other guy. But it's hard to do that when they're both trying to kill me. I might have to go for the other guy, because it's making my life so much harder than it should be. Okay, you'd be great if you didn't actually attack me. Lovely, why are you going towards them? I don't know why you just threw it as well, because I 100% didn't have her. Dude, I'm dead. Great. We've been doing this for 3 fucking hours. Actually 2, technically. And I'm still making 0 progress. Ugh. Okay. Try again. See, I don't want to waste the fire one. That's why I'm not using it. And I don't want to waste it because I only have 1. I don't have to. I have 1. Do you think I probably have more rings? I don't know if I have picked up any. I might have to check. Because that could also help me a ton. No. No! Please stop. That's all I want in life. Dude! I hate him! He is so fucking hard. Please stop. Please, please die. Please die. I can't. And then when I actually try to fucking roll, it doesn't let me. You know, fun times. Please get up. Heal. And run away. My tactic. Just run. It works really well. It doesn't, but I'm gonna pretend it does. Actually, it kind of does. It does, but then it doesn't at the same time. Oh no, I have a fucking slither of hell. No. No, 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 no. I already have to heal again. There was something I needed to do, and I don't remember what I needed. Can you just kill me? Thank you. I don't remember, because there was one thing I really needed, and I don't know what that was, because I don't remember. Shit. Oh, right, the rings. I wanted to check. Ew. Reduce. No, I don't want that. Okay, I'm gonna remove this. What does this one do? Okay. I'm gonna add this. There's also... What does this do? Okay. I will add this. Okay. Okay! Hi again. Game is so hard, dude. I hope we can kill him today. Because I've been spending so long on him. And... Oh no, 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 never mind, never mind, never mind. Goodbye. I need, like, good armor. 17. Hey, let's try again. Got these different armor though. It's probably shit, but hey, it's fine. I actually like how this armor looks. Besides, you could see more of her hair. Nice. Oh. we're gonna get fucked. Oh no. Yeah, I need something for fire, but I don't have anything. I have one, and I need more than one because this is gonna take me more than one attempt. I've used all of mine except for one for on Abyss Watchers. And I don't know how to get any more. That's wire, why did I say wire? Fire's my worst enemy right now. I don't know how to get any more because I checked and she doesn't sell anything. Which also means I can't use it because I need more of it. Like, this is what I need. I need to use this. I have one. I don't know what this does. Oh. Okay. I can't even use it. Because there is no online anymore. It's offline forever. Which really upsets me because like I wish they kept like the messages from online on and put it on offline because they're funny. I've seen a few. But I can't I don't get to experience it because they made it be offline. My gosh! It's funny because I heal and then then he does that exact damage of what I just healed. Did I just go into a dead end? Yes, I did. I'm running away. Bye. Ow! Could you not? This dude. No. No. Cause fuck you. Hey. I don't care that does like nothing. Just fuck you. You're at McDonald's, iconic. What were you getting at McDonald's? Nice. I'm still stuck on this guy. And I want him to die. But I keep cornering myself because the camera angles in this game is shit. Literally. Because I think I'm in the middle of the room, but really I'm at a wall. Because it doesn't, show you where you are. But what it really likes to do is do zoom-ins on the enemy's torso. Loves doing that. It's what kills me 99% of the time. And you're not gonna share the ice cream? How rude. I want some. I did find out what my main issue was on this boss, but I can't fix it. Because to fix it, I don't know how to do it. Because, you see, I checked. It's like an item I should be able to buy, but I can't. I could buy one for magic, just not for fire, which is my main enemy. Because this dude literally has fire. It's so frustrating. Please stop. Wow. That was so fast. I killed him. Kappa? I died so fast. Oh my god. Because, you know, I probably could get help, but I don't know how to summon people. I never figured that out. How to summon NPCs. I don't know how to do it. I've asked multiple times. No one fucking answered me. So I don't know how to summon anyone to help me. And you know how helpful that would be on this boss right now? And I can't look it up because my phone doesn't work. And my CPU sucks, so I can't just open the browser. I'd have to close the game. That's a wall. Okay, fuck you. That should not. Ow! What the fuck? I don't know how to summon anyone. Because I know how to, like, it's funny because I know how to in Elden Ring. I don't even play that game. It's like you need an, I think I need an item in this game. I don't know how to get that though. But you know how helpful that would be? I know you can do it offline. I just don't know how to do it offline. It's probably magic or something. Which is the one thing I can't do. But I need to level something up like I could buy a lot. And that would be wasting my points. Okay, that's actually a good time to do that. When he doesn't attack me like that, yeah. Get him to like do the heavy attack, and then I could probably... Yeah. Heavy attack? Not heavy attack. Heavy attack. Heavy attack? Do heavy attack. Do fire heavy attack. That's not the fire heavy attack. That's your normal attack. Do heavy attack. Please do a heavy attack. I'm begging you. That's not it either. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Just trying to bait him to do it is gonna get me killed. Please. Thank you. That's gonna make my life so much harder though, because then I have to wait longer. But also, I would probably have more health by phase 2 if I did it like that. Take that back. It won't because he does that and then he immediately gets up and then attacks me again. My hands are sweaty on this fucking boss. Why are you so difficult? What did I do to you? All I'm trying to do is kill you. I don't see the issue. What, you don't like death? Clearly. Thank you. I didn't know that would hurt me! My bad. I clearly don't know. How damage works. Oh my god. I need to kill his minion, but I can't kill him. He is so... Why the fuck are you so strong? I'm gonna die. Fuck you! I was doing something! How dare you! Like how they were like, oh yeah, let's attack you right when you're in the middle of a fucking animation. No, 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 no. Ow. Please. I literally can't because of what? Because of him. Please die so I can kill him. I can't kill him because of that thing. I'm gonna close my game and I'm gonna look up how to summon something because I can't because of my CPU. So I'll be gonna reopen my game. I need to look up something and I can't because I don't have my phone because I can't use it because it broke. So I'm looking up how to summon someone because I don't know how. Ow. My legs are in weird position. How do you summon someone? Because I literally don't know how, and it's so embarrassing because I'm halfway through the game, a little bit more than halfway, and I don't even know how to summon someone. Oh, let me mute my browser because this is so embarrassing. It's like really a bit hard. Oh. Okay. Found it. I need to use an ember before the boss. Which means I need to get more embers. Right? Okay. It says find the ember, and then it's usually before the fog wall. Find a sign. So we're gonna do that. That will make my life a lot easier because I cannot kill this boss so well. I need more embers. I've been using them all. Which sucks. Wow, silence. Okay. I also saw maybe removing this could help. Wait, how many do I have? Oh no. Didn't mean to do that. Great. It's gonna go great for me, guys. Hi. I'm here, babe. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... Okay, ow. There's someone we need to kill. Oh no, I forgot there's 2 of you! And I need to kill... okay, rude. I need to kill you. So that I can summon people. It would be great if you were to permanently disappear. That would be fantastic. My game being a bit. It said it'll be around, like outside, right? It probably won't even work, but I looked it up and it said that's what happens. So I want to see if that's true. Oh my god! No, no, don't you fucking dare. Fuck you. Hi, let's go. Oh my gosh. Someone! Look at that! Look at us! Oh, you get him. Oh my god, that's so hot. I've been doing this so wrong! My entire... oh no. No, don't kill my friend. Oh, he's already dead. Wait, no, he's not. He healed! He can heal! Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh. My god. You know how much nicer this is? You know how much easier this is for me? Dude. No. Because now only one of them will attack me. And it's the guy who needs to attack me, so. Are you shitting my dick? No, don't attack me. Oh my god, my life is so much easier. No, you did not just kill him. No. No, 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 no. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. Ah! He died! Yes. Die, bitch. Die, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you, die, bitch. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. You did not just summon him twice. I hate it here. You just summoned him again. Ah! He was almost dead. Fuck. I need to go back in there and then get my soul. And then leave. Okay. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna go in there and then I'm gonna leave. Because I found... Would you load? Please load. Please load. Dude, that is so nice. I'm glad I figured that one out. It's just... Really... I'm glad... Ow! I'm gonna get my souls. Yeah, fuck you. Ow. Okay, I need to heal first. And then leave. No, wait, no, that's not what I want. Well, actually, yes, it is. Never mind. I was like, oh, wait, no, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want to go to the shrine. Then I remembered. Actually, yeah, I do want to go to the shrine. Never mind. I need some embers. I need some embers. Hi. I need to buy the ember. Oh. I might also need to explore then. To get some more. Nice. Hi, Holly. my controller. Hello? Hello? What do you mean your desk is something? Ow! Excuse you? Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. Hey Harry, guess what? I want to figure out how to summon people. Hi. Look at that! Look at us! Let's go. I'm so happy. Ow. Oh. Ow. Fran, can this, hey, can you, dude, can you like, thank you. Don't you fucking dare kill him right now because he needs to be alive. At least until you're dead. Or almost dead. Both work. And you move too fast, please. If you kill him, I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna fuck you up. And I don't have stamina. No, no, no! Bah, bah! Fuck. Yeah. Fuck you. Fuck off. Oh my god. You know, it's nice because I actually have health. Literally, I have health, guys. Okay, can you, like, heal yourself if you're gone? I died! Fuck. I don't have any more embers. Which means I have to do this a different way. Which means I have to find some embers. Because, I can't fucking kill that thing without embers. I need a shit ton of embers, and I used them all. If only I knew about this sooner, I would not have used all of my embers. Ember? No. I'm gonna kill everyone until you give me an ember, so. You also don't give me embers. Because sometimes enemies drop them. So I'm hoping y'all will drop an ember for me. No? Fuck's sakes. I am really happy that I figured that out, but now I can't even fucking summon anyone. Bro, really? Cringe. I have to explore. I'm upset. Because I used all of my effort. I need them to summon people. Hi. Ow. That took half. That killed me. What the fuck? Cringe. What? How the fuck did that kill me? That fast. Ma'am, my door is literally open. She's yelling, my cat is yelling at me to get out, and the door is open. I'm not kidding. So am I love it. Shit. What? Oh fuck. Hey. Fuck you. God, I swear to God. That's not what I want. Oh yeah. Hi. Any of you just so happen to have an ember? I could use one, and I can't buy anymore. So where was the straw hair? Hey, can I have your weapon? It's sexy. I like it. Can I have it? Okay, rude. Didn't even drop anything for me. Wow, you figured out to open the door. I'm shocked. Really? Okay, you're literally on. Could you, like, work? My fucking controller disconnected. I need a new controller. That's not what I want. Fuck. I figured out how to summon someone. And you know what's depressing? I'm halfway through the game. And I finally figured out how to summon someone. Hi. Ow! Who the fuck did that? Because it was rude. I fucking dare you? Ow. Rude. Why is no one dropping anything? Could you please drop something? Anyone? That's not what I wanted. Drop the thing I need, please. They're like, nah, let's drop the one thing you don't need. Oh, here. There's this armor that you don't actually need because it sucks. Like, I already have the whole set. I don't need it again. How the fuck did I manage to do that? My gosh. I can't find what I need, and it's very frustrating. I don't know what any of that means, but cool. I don't like dogs. Please go away. Who? I don't know who that is. If it's a boss, I haven't actually met them yet, so... Do I have to go to a different area to find an ember? Because I ran out. Whoops. My bad. What the fuck is that? Did I just get his weapon? I had a feeling someone would drop it. I can't use it though, but it's nice. But yeah, I don't know who that is. Hey, any of you have embers? be really helpful for me. I have never played Warframe. Ever. Long story. It's okay. It happened. What? What, Holly? I have literally killed like almost every enemy in this area. Because I'm trying to find something and no one's dropping it. Not one person has dropped the thing I need. This is so embarrassing. Will you drop it? Probably not. Okay, rude. What the fuck is that? I think I know how to get there. But also, I'm not sure. I'm not certain. I have to go back. Hi. Hi, Hallie. Okay, so to be honest, I might I'm not the only one who said that. It was me and someone else. Well, to be fair, it was me and Anthony who said that. How do I get down there? There's stairs. I'm trying to figure this out because I wanna get that thingy. Oh no. Oh no. No, not today. No, I don't deserve this. Please leave me alone. I am just trying to do something. I don't know what that thing is, so I want to find it. Holly. I don't know where my cat went. Why did I say fuck my wife? Harry. Why'd you say that? Because I disagree. Oh, great. Dogs. My favorite. I hate. Please go away. I don't want to fight you because you suck. I mean, what? Fuck dogs. Fuck dogs. Fuck you. No, there's another one! No. Get away from me. I hate dogs. Fuck off. Fuck off. Just... Ow. Fuck off. And also, fuck you. Goodbye. What the fuck? Is it because it's an i5? Okay, it's like a gaming laptop, but really it's not. I don't know how to get to the thing I'm looking for. I can't find it. I literally can't find the bitch. Cringe. Yes, Holly. What? That's so frustrating. 'Cause there's like this little cute thingy. And I can't figure out how to get to it. 'Cause it's like, it doesn't open from this side, which means I have to open it from a different side, but I don't know how to get there. So there was like stairs or something, but I can't find that. Oh well. I am. I think we're gonna have to try this boss another day. It's literally the Abyss Watchers 2.0. Gonna take me more than one day to actually try to kill it. I know we usually go for 5 hours, but I'm gonna end it at 4 today. So let me check who's live. Cause I don't know who's live at all. Okay. What? Okay. I'm gonna check people who are on my auto host list, and if none of them, if I don't want to raid any of them, we'll raid someone else. I don't mind. Oh, here's Larv. We're gonna raid her. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you all for the subs and stuff. And also being here while I suffer. I did finally figure out how to summon people, so it's nice. I think off stream I'll try to get some more embers because I can't. I just cannot. It's really frustrating. I won't be live tomorrow, but I will be uploading on YouTube. So, yeah. Also, if you are not subbed, put in that command. If you are subbed, copy and paste that command. And we're gonna say hi to Harry. I don't know why it doesn't show. Oh, because I removed it. Right, I kind of forgot. My bad. There you go. Okay. Copy and paste the commands! And I'll see you on Monday. I'm gonna stream Dragon Age, I think, on Monday. So, I hope y'all like that. I'm gonna wait till Starting Sun stream is over. And then we're gonna say hi to him. But yeah. Not as live notification. To be honest, I don't really like to wear beanies as often. But I am glad that I am wearing it. So. Ah, shit. Not the hotel room. Yeah, so Harry's in the hotel room streaming, so it's gonna be interesting. He does play Dead by Daylight, which I don't usually read people who are playing that game anymore. I used to all the time, but now I don't. So yeah. Also on Monday, I'm really hoping that we can get some stuff done. We're gonna do some story things maybe on Monday for Dragon Age. I'm excited. I'm waiting until the starting zone string is over. And then we're gonna raid him. Cause he's on starting soon. And I don't want to raid him when he's on that stream. I like to wait until it shows the face or the game or whatever. So yeah. Okay. I'm really happy I got this mic. It sounds sexy. Sounds sexy. I can't wait to stream more with it because it sounds nice. I love it. Can you hurry up and show his face? This. Oh my god. You know, fuck it, because like I am impatient. And okay, he is on. Okay. We're gonna raid Harry. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I will be live again on Monday with some Dragon Age Inquisition. We're gonna say hi to Harry, and then we're gonna go ahead and maybe do a story thing. I'm unsure. I'm excited though. And maybe, just maybe, Souls will like us enough where we'll get his quest. So it'll probably be after the actual story thing though, which I don't think we're gonna do that though. But okay. Let's say hi, copy and paste the commands, and I'll see y'all on Monday. Bye! No more time, 2 p.m. EST, because I did, in fact, stream today at a bad time. Or not earlier, so. Okay, bye!